Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So we're doing the Energetic Mechanics 3.0. The first couple versions we looked at how these different aspects of energetic anatomy impacted the nervous system and how the nervous system impacts the energetic anatomy. And so if this is your first time, I would definitely suggest going back through and at least doing the 2.0, if not even the first one. But here we're going to look at some of the aspects of energetic anatomy and like how to treat it for cultivating deeper levels of vagal tone. Like if you look at the idea of vagal tone, it's your body's ability to go into rest and repair mode, but it's also tied to expansion. Like if we look at it from an energetic point of view, when we are in an expanded state, we're also in a state where there's deeper levels of vagal tone. When our body contracts, or when we start to come back into our body, like say after meditation or something, that is actually tied more to the sympathetic nervous system, which is fight flight, but it's also just action and activity, right? Sympathetic nervous system is not just fight flight. It's a lot of action and activity processes. And so the idea here being that if we're trying to induce a state of healing, we're trying to induce basically a state of better vagal tone. Whenever we have good vagal tone, the body has the potential for healing. And a lot of times, if we improve vagal tone and there's an issue somewhere, it starts to go into the healing process. So that is the goal, that is the target. And we'll kind of be talking out some of these pieces as we go through and we do these things of why why to target this and what it does. And you know, over the years, we've talked about vagal tone. We're talking about it a lot more intensely now. But for example, if we look at energetic anatomy, for those of you that did the chakra class. It was the mystical chakras, or I honestly don't remember the name of it, but um, the the chakra blends that were all through that class are also like an energetic version of um, cultivating vagal tone specific to the chakra, right? In different traditions, they might use sound for this. Like if you sit and put your awareness on your heart is able to expand to a certain extent. But if you start ringing a bell and you meditate on the sound, or a bowl, and like a Tibetan bowl, um, different traditions will ring bells and do things of that nature. It helps with expansion. It helps to calm down the sympathetic part of the nervous system, and it helps to activate the parasympathetic, which is your rest and repair mode. Sometimes there's the blowing of a horn or like a shell. Um, these all do some version of that, right? So it's built into traditions as far as trying to put you in a state so that you can have deeper inner experiences, but also just to heal the body and heal the emotions and the mind. When we're in a stressed out state, we don't really heal. We just kind of manage, like we become micromanagers. And here we're striving for deepening the healing process, but by targeting these different parts of the energetic anatomy. So, right off the bat, we're going to start with the idea of etheric cords. And think of it as that we have like these connections to the different people around us, be it that the person is a good person for us or a bad person for us. We have these energetic cords, with family. we have uh, chords that are positive, but they can become contaminated. And then when we have negative interactions with people, we have these energetic chords with those people as well, but they're more negative, right? So to be clear, positive chords are usually much stronger than negative chords. Negative chords are usually when somebody has bad intention toward us, or they have strong emotion, or their body is just in a chaotic state, and you know, they send out chords to anybody and everybody. They could be going through a difficult time. If you think about the idea of an energy vampire, you have an interaction with the person and then they leave and you're like, oh, they sucked my will to live. Like I just feel so drained. Part of that was there was a transference of energy through the cords, right? It was just unauthorized. Somehow they got your security code to your energy body and went, right? And so this happens through these cords, and they look like clairvoyantly, they look like an umbilical cord kind of, but energy goes from greater to lesser, right? Now, greater to lesser doesn't always mean positive, right? Greater to lesser could be that the person is super angry and you're not, so energy is going to transfer to you. It could be the greater to lesser that they're very heart centered, very open, very peaceful. Their energy body's very strong. And you get around that person, you're like, I just feel good when I'm around this person, or I feel good having the interaction with this person. And again, there was a transference of energy. It was just positive. Now, that is just that person radiating energy or emanating. Just because there was a transference didn't mean that you sucked energy out of somebody, right? So the idea is that when we interact with people, there's energy going back and forth. And when it's people that we love or our family, we have very strong cords and there's energy going in between us. It's how we feel connected, right? We feel very connected because of the energy movement. And then there's chords that are just with, everyday people. You go to the store, the checkout clerk, you walk away, you have a conversation with somebody, you walk away. There still was a little bit of an energetic link. Now, most times, eventually, those will just kind of diminish and fall away because they didn't have a strong foundation. The thing that makes chords stronger is strong emotion. Could be good or bad emotion, but strong emotion, and then repetitive thought. So between the two, repetitive thought, strong emotion, but also instinctive responses, right? Instinctive responses. So, for example, you're doing something, you're having a conversation with somebody, and they get triggered by something, right? Might not be something that you did or you said, but they get triggered, you're having an interaction, you're going to have cords to you, right? Because their body went into a triggered state. And so then the body sends out these like energetic cords. And so if a person is always in an instinctive state, the tendency is that there's a lot of cords going out, right? So with that, we want to go and be able to, for one, break down and release these cords. But a lot of times it's more about cleaning the cords. If you take into account you have good cords with your family, they can still get contaminated. And it might not have anything to do with you. It's not like, oh, we have a conflict with each other. Say you're very close, say a husband and wife, or, a parent and child, whatever it might be. They have a very good relationship, but you know, one of the, so let's say the, one of the partners or, the parent or the child has a very like stressed out situation, the other person will also feel some of that. And to a certain extent, there can even be a level or degree of contamination, right? And this contamination, not directed at you, but it's what you would call radiatory energy. The person is stressed out that you're connected to, so then you feel stressed out, right? I think we've all had those experiences where we walk into an office where everybody's stressed out and you're feeling, quite fine. And you walk in there and about 10 minutes later, you're like, God, I'm starting to feel so stressed, right? That stress wasn't directed at you. Nobody was really, aiming at you, but you were in a field that was stressed out. And so that radiatory energy was then impacting you and starting to affect how you feel. So the same thing can happen with cords. You know, you might not be the target, but the person might be in a state where they just start sending out cords. Or, if you think about when you go to the hospital, you go to visit somebody in the hospital and you get there and you start walking into whatever, ward they're in, and you're walking down the hall and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm getting sleepy, right? There's a bunch of people who are sick and they're not really conscious of you being there, but their body is sending out cords trying to latch on to some energy source to help that person heal, right? And so they're not necessarily aware of you walking down the hall. They just see you as a battery walking down the hall, and tapping into you is a way to get a little bit of energy that might help them, right? And so we're impacted by this idea of cords way more than we think. And so this is the thing to take into account. This is the negative thing to take into account. So for one, when we are corded, there is a certain level of contamination, right? So one, you're dealing with contamination. I don't know why I'm using my thumb. You recognize to contamination, right? Two, after there's a contamination, there is a reaction in your physiology. Your physiology reacts to the energy. It doesn't really differentiate between your energy body and the energy that's incoming from the cord, right? So if you're not stressed and that cord is full of stress, your body starts to go into a stressed state, right? Now, this next one is the one that might be a little bit upsetting. Is that okay? So for one, it's contaminating. For two, there is a physical effect that eventually might turn emotional. Like, you're generating homeostatic emotions. You're reacting to something. So you might get agitated, you might get upset, you might whatever it might be. But the third part, the longer that contamination is there, we start to take on the tendencies of the other person. Have you ever noticed sometimes you might be in an argument and all of a sudden you start kind of acting or behaving like the other person? That is the exchange of energy beginning to manifest, like we take on the tendency, right? That's why, the idea with conflict, like if you're in a really bad conflict with somebody, you start to become the thing you're fighting. Like, um, you have to be super conscious of like cleaning things up and not just doing what they're doing, which causes an escalation, but you just are trying to resolve the problem. And so, like not too long ago, a friend was saying something to me about, oh, this person's a narcissist and you have to be really aggressive with a narcissist. And I said to him, well, if you want to become a narcissist, that's the quickest way that I know of. Like, get into an argument and get into a fight with them because the contamination, it just happens. Yeah. I mean, it's mechanics. It's not if it will happen, it's just how long it will take, you know? And so this idea of cleaning up cords allows us to not take on those tendencies, allows us not to have weird reactions in our physiology that might generate emotion that has nothing to do with us other than that person's being obnoxious or going through a difficult time or stressed out. And you know sometimes we get entangled in situations because of these cords, and we try to manage these cords for whatever reason. And we just start having these like adaptive strategies to try to manage something that really is not even us. Whenever we talk about cords, I always like to kind of share this story just to give you an idea. Um, so many years ago, over the years, I was a full-time healer, and so I had different specialties at different times, and sometimes I'd even have like two specialties going on at the same time because I had such a patient load that I could manage a couple different projects at once. And there was a period, it was quite a while actually, where I specialized in addiction. And I was treating different substance issues and things. And so there was a significant portion of people coming from like AA, so from their struggle was alcohol. And there was three different occasions. These younger women, they were like all in their mid to late 20s. And they were in AA. And, I was doing healing on them. And, I wasn't working with oils, I was working with energy. And all three times they did some variation of this. But basically I was cutting cords, right? I was cutting cords to them. And they were young and they were attractive, so they all had cords to their sex chakra quite significantly. And so I was just cutting cords to their sex chakra, and it got each one of them, it got their attention. And they said, they basically said some version of, "What are you doing right now?" And I'm cutting cords to the sex chakra, so I don't want to be going, I'm playing with your sex chakra. I was just cutting cords, and so I would be kind of vague and just go, I'm just cutting connections that people have to you, and yada yada yada, because I didn't want to make them feel uncomfortable. And so they all said, whatever that is that you're doing, that is why I drink. And so if you think about it, they're young, they're attractive, they're out and about. Men are being willful and maybe a little bit obsessive about them, right? And they're trying to manage this feeling that is not even theirs. Like they're managing the feelings of other people in these chords. And because there was nothing really in them to resolve, they turned to alcohol to try to manage those uncomfortable feelings. And really, it was contamination, a body reaction, and then eventually whatever tendency came on. And so, this idea of cords is actually a quite substantial issue. You know, it's not just like, oh, there's an energy vampire. We have interactions with people all the time. Again, another story is in the early days, I had my very first assistant, and she was just going to do scheduling. And so, she wasn't in my office. She was just a housewife that would take my messages and then, do the scheduling and everything. And I showed her how to cut cords and everything. I was like, after every conversation, you need to cut cords. You just, cut the cord, and I kind of explained it to her, but she was not really listening. It was weird to her. And so, a couple of days went by. I don't even think it was a couple of days. I think it was a day. And she called me up and she goes, I need to quit. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, I understand. I go, was that something that I said or was that something that I did? She goes, no, you've been very nice. And she goes, I have to quit. And I was like, well, okay, but just from my understanding for the next person, what was it that made you want to quit? And she goes, well, I'm getting all these calls and, people are having difficult times and they're wanting to get in. And she goes, you're hard to get into and, they have to wait a little bit. And she goes, I hang up with them and I can't stop thinking about them. And, it's upsetting and it's uncomfortable and I'm getting anxiety. And I listened and I was like, okay. And I go, did you cut the cords the way that I showed you how to do it? And she got really quiet and she was like, no. And I go, okay, well, we can just let it be or we can do an experiment. You could do it for another 24 hours and just cut the cord after every conversation. And so I went through and I cut her cords for her. I go, how you feel? And she goes, better. Like, she was suspicious, but better. And I go, let's just do like another 24 hours and you cut the cord after you have interactions with people and let's just see what happens. And we didn't even make it through the next day. And she called me back and she goes, can I have my job back? And the issue was that, I was, I was dealing with people who had substantial health issues. And so, everybody was like an emergency to get in. And so, like, I get why it felt uncomfortable, but the cords, um, the cords were very contaminating to her and it caused her to feel uncomfortable. As soon as she learned how to cut the cords, that diminished. Now, here is a deeper thing about chords. The more that you are in vagal tone, the more that the chords stop mattering. Like what happens, how, like when we work with the oils, like rue, for example, is a way that we cut cords. Part of why we use rue is it does elevate vagal tone to a certain extent, and the chords just kind of fall away. So that the more that you are in good vagal tone, the more that chords stop mattering. They just, they'll be there, but then when they're done, they just fall away. They're done. You don't need to resolve them. You don't need to clean them. You don't need to. Now, if somebody's super agitated and they cord you and your body has a reaction, it's taking you out of vagal tone somewhat. So the idea is the more that you improve vagal tone, the less likely you are to be impacted by cords, and the more that even if there's cords there, they'll fall away in a short amount of time. So we're not just doing cleanup all the time. We're actually trying to do cleanup and then prevent, right? Prevention is always better. So with that, we have a couple of choices. Ironbark eucalyptus is very good for cleaning cords. Rue is very good for releasing cords, right? And etheric cords is mostly for cleaning. It does have some releasing effect, but it's more because of the cleaning. It helps things to fall away, right? So with that, let's have you choose something that you have the etheric quartz blend, ironbark eucalyptus, or rue. And then we'll start doing an experiment.
And if you got the optional kit for purchase, it is etheric quartz.
Mm. Now, first off, whichever one you have, just start inhaling. Let's not even direct it at first. Let's just start inhaling. Let's see how it feels. And now there's etheric quartz premium. Mhm. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment and be still. And notice how you feel. Notice how your body's feeling. And let's do that again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Not thinking about anything in particular. You're just inhaling. Mm. What's happening? And then just pause. Now we're gonna again experiment a little bit, and we're not gonna follow the protocol that's in the booklet, but we're gonna just focus on two different people, right? One person that you love a lot, and one person that might be an obnoxious person in your life. Now, here's the thing. There's energy going back and forth, right? The negative person, that's pretty straightforward. They're obnoxious, they're adversarial, they're insulting, they're passive aggressive, whatever it is. The, that energy is easy to understand. But when we want to deepen a connection to somebody that we care about, or even the idea of deepening a connection to a spiritual teacher or to a deity, to a certain extent, the thing that we're trying to pierce through to have the greater connection is that fight flight mechanism. Like when you hear different traditions talk about being conductive or being receptive, part of that is that you are in good vagal tone. Your body is relaxed, you're open, you're receiving, right? When you're in fight flight, you're managing, and a lot of times you're wanting something to be a particular way before you'll like allow it in. You're not really open, you're guarded. If you think of what fight flight is, it's fight flight, fawn. Sometimes we do these things where we adjust our behavior, but basically it's we're guarding ourselves, right? So even when we have a loved one or a teacher or a spiritual practice, deity that we're trying to connect to, soon as we start to have like bigger experiences where it causes us to shift or change or anything, part of what happens is our body goes into a little bit of a protective mode. So in situations that are negative, this helps to clean things up so that that person doesn't impact you as much. Their negativity, their hostility, their anger, their stress. But on the positive side, when you work chords with somebody that you're close to, connected to, it deepens the connection. It deepens the level of interaction. And it could even be like a teacher or a deity. It doesn't have to be just another person. It could also be from situations. A lot of times when we go back to our memories and we go, oh, that thing that happened 20 years ago, part of why we feel the emotion and all of the things that we feel is there's still a cord to that past event. So it's not always even a person. It can be an event. It could be just some old memory. So first, we're going to focus on the negative person. Just choose somebody that you know that you have to interact with on a semi-regular basis and like, has that factor in it. Now think of them, right? Focus on them as you inhale the oil. So go ahead and think of that person as you inhale the oil. You're thinking of this negative person, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. But it is. Okay. Yeah, I added ginger grass, and galangal. They're all like, you're still thinking of that negative person. If you think about me, okay, and then just let that go. Just let it go. Let's think of that same person again, that negative person, or at least negative in your life. Focus on them and take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let it go. Just let it go. Now, before we start inhaling, think of somebody close to you, somebody that you love. Notice how the connection feels, how you feel about that person. How do you feel inside? Okay. Now you're focused on that person, the person you care about, the person you love, and inhale the oil as you think of the person. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now pause. Just let it incubate for a moment. Just let everything go. Again, think of that same person that you care about and love. Focus on them as you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Just pause and let go. Just pause. Now think about that person. What do you notice? Think about the positive person. Do you feel different? Do you feel closer? What do you notice?
When I think of the positive person, like it makes me really happy. And then the conflict person, it's much smoother.
Right. And so,
Happy, but
right. But it feels neutral.
yeah.
So also evaluate the negative person. Notice how you feel. So we're going to go through now and do it a little bit more specific. So right off the bat, here we focused on a person or a person we cared about. Here we're going to do it the opposite. We're going to go to a chakra. And so this is going to impact just different people that might be connected to, different centers. But here we're going to focus on the basic chakra. So we're focusing on the basic chakra because we're doing this to improve vagal tone, right? So if you look at it from the point of view of the basic chakra has to do with defense mechanisms, right? So if somebody's coming at you and being negative, your basic chakra goes, I don't know about that, and pushes back, right? Now, sometimes what happens, like say, in a relationship, you're getting closer, you're getting closer, you're getting closer, and then at some point you hit like a threshold and you're like, uh, I feel very vulnerable. I feel very, very open. And so then there's a little bit of pushback, right? Again, the basic chakra is pushing back and saying, you know, we're in uncharted territory. You're being very open. And it's not that it's a bad thing, but your body goes into a little bit of a freak out mode. So it's a way to kind of keep calming that down so that you can have deeper levels of connection. The same thing happens in spiritual practices. You're having deeper connections to a teacher, to a deity, or just to the soul. And at some point, there starts to be pushback from the body because it's like feeling vulnerable and feeling uncomfortable. And so then it starts to send out cords to like, hey, let's slow this down. So regardless of why you're doing it, this is still going to be one of the mechanisms to go through and deepen this effect. So the very first thing you're going to do is you're going to inhale with whatever oil you're using, and your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. So your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your basic chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go for a moment. Just pause and let go. Now we're going to do the basic chakra again. So again, the bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Somebody, but and then just pause and let go. How's it starting to feel? How's that feeling for you? Like it's bringing the Let's do the basic just one more time. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause. Now, we're going to focus on people. So, before we got going on the basic chakra, you focused on a positive person and a negative person. You can still do those, or you can choose other people. But first, let's do a negative one. This will go deeper than what you did before. So, if you want to continue with that person, you go right ahead. But if not, choose somebody else. Yeah. So your awareness is on your basic, the bottom of your tailbone, and the person both at the same time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the bottom of your tailbone and that other person both at the same time. Two sides of the same coin, kind of. Yeah, I would do them both. But And then just pause for a moment. How did that feel? Yeah. Okay, let's do another round. Basic, which is the bottom of your tailbone, and the negative person. You're thinking of them both at the same time as you inhale.
Hmm.
You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just letting everything go. Now, let's do a positive person, the person you care about, the person you love. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, and you think of the person both at the same time. You're still inhaling. And then just pause and let go. Notice how that feels. Notice how it feels with that person. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing, but now we're going to think of an active situation. So this might be chords to multiple people or to the situation itself. It can be a negative situation, it could be a positive situation. Doesn't matter. It could be a neutral situation, but just something that's active. Like you have a project, you're interacting with your family, like whatever it is. Just some situation. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone and the situation both at the same time. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still thinking of the active situation. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. How's that drain you? Okay, and just pause and let go. Now we're going to look at past events. Look at something where, you think of it as like, that happened. Something negative, mildly, moderate, or even extreme. It could be a pattern of things, but things that are in the past, things that, when you bring it to your mind, it's a little agitating. So your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, which is your basic chakra, and that past event both at the same time. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone and the past event at the same time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Now let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions about this. You can unmute yourself, type in. I mean, we could spend the whole day doing just etheric chords, but you know, let's go ahead and share experiences.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
So that was interesting. When I started off doing the negative people, I started
Mhm.
with one and it turned into
Yeah.
a coffee clutch.
A plethora. Yeah.
Let's just say a little
Yeah,
group.
yeah.
And then when you asked me to tune into a positive relationship, I could feel it almost looked eh, like uh like a tree root trying to find nourishment
Sure.
from one
Yeah, that's a great way of putting
from
it.
one of the negative people trying
Yeah.
to kind of splice the cable cord, right? I'm
Right.
like,
Right.
you need to get out. Um, and that was fascinating. And then, yeah, I just intended, no, you don't belong here. You need to just, bye-bye. And then the other one was really about, and this was all before we ever got to the basic. Um, and then, deepening that relationship with the positive one, and you asked, feel into it, like, how does it feel?
Mhm.
I want to say thank you for that because that felt clean. And then if I went back to the other ones, it just felt like stagnant water.
Mhm.
And that would be the nicest way of describing it.
Mhm. Yeah, you're probably being very polite.
Yes, I am being very polite. um, and then when we did the basic, it just interesting, tuned into another positive relationship. And it just I felt my basic expand.
Oh yeah, yeah, it should. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Which
Okay.
also means, um, not just being grounded, but being more realistic, being more practical, like being able to be more dynamic with activity in the world, but also it heightens your ability to be protected or to protect yourself. You know, and
Yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. It's very interesting. So thank you.
I mean, if you think about like your work, you know, when you were there, you're mediating conflicts and things like that. It's like it's not just that people come at you, but like in a way they try to take your feet out from under you. You know what I mean? Like they don't want you to be like on your game because you might shut them down. And so they don't do it like intentionally, but the energetic manifestation is to hit or diminish the basic chakra so that you're a little top heavy. And literally it becomes
Hmm.
easy to like knock you off your feet, you know,
Hmm.
like that's kind of a metaphor, but even if you're in like a physical brawl, even if you look at like the old samurais or something, they'd both sit and point their swords at each other, waiting for somebody to take an action. And those swords being pointed at each other is depleting that other person's basic chakra. Like when they
Mhm.
point those weapons at each other,
Hmm.
it just becomes like, and so the idea being that, at some point somebody's going to make a move, and usually whoever makes the first move is the one that loses. And it's
Hmm.
because like they become desperate or they are not realistic on what they're going to do. The other person is more grounded and does whatever they're going to do. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
you notice in a lot of like fighting things, put up your dukes, or like, they point things at each other, and it's to diminish the basic chakra of the other person. Might not be their conscious intention, but that's what fighting is diminishing the basic chakra.
Interesting.
Yeah. Any fight. Could be an argument, could be physical fight, it could be dispute. Now, there's debate. That's not necessarily the same thing. I'm talking about when somebody's like trying to, you know, diminish your will and make you bend the knee. Like
Yeah.
I'm some version of that. So always
Yeah.
diminishing to the basic chakra. Always.
Yeah. So, um, talk a little bit about when I tuned into positive person and I felt just roots coming. And honestly, it was just from one meeting with an individual um that's been kind of like lingering. That
And
was
it
on
was
the
a
next.
it was a positive situation and you felt roots coming.
No, no. So I tuned into the positive person and that was going. And it was almost like to the left of me, one of the negative interactions, connections, was trying to weave its way in. And that's when I saw like
Oh, I
little.
mean, I think that's pretty straightforward. Like, it might be a little bit energetically, but it's just the intention. If you think about the intellectual mind, it's without intuition. It's a stressed mind. That's all it is. It's just
Yeah,
stress.
yeah.
And so it's always trying to manage and trying to manipulate and micromanage. And so if you think about like when somebody's trying to make something happen, they do it through manipulation, they do it through micromanaging. If you think about like when somebody gets into an argument, instead of sticking to the facts or making their point, they try to get a bunch of other people on their side or seeing it from their point of view. It's like they're trying to make their basic chakra bigger by pulling in other people and then again making whoever submit. And so you're just seeing it from an energetic point of view, but that's just what people do.
Yeah. And so all I did was just basically intended it leave. Is there anything else I could have done?
Well, any time that you have something like that, the goal would be to always improve vagal tone. And it's not just like, oh,
Hmm.
you're going to be bigger than the situation or you'll be non-reactive, but you're tapping into the intuitive part of the mind, which is the problem solver. And so even if you don't have an idea of what they're doing, you're still tempering your reaction from a stress state and helping it to move to an intuitive place so that whatever arises that you're able to handle it even if you're caught off guard or you know vagal tone is always the problem solver, the healer, the innovator in any of these situations. And so um like it's the idea of even going back to the active situation or a past event. You're basically improving vagal tone so that you walk your way out of those situations or heal your way out of those situations or let go of it. And, sometimes it might be that you're letting go of something. It might be that you have an active situation and you still might need to problem solve. And doing it from the point of view of intellect. Like if you think about like what I said at the beginning is, with the chords we take on contamination, then we have a physical reaction, but then we start to take on the tendencies. And so like the more that we go at it from the point of view of like I'm gonna make this go away or I have to take some sort of action, you're already starting to go down that road of taking on some tendencies. And so the more that you can shift it to and the vagal tone and the intuitive mind, doesn't mean that you're not going to have a problem, but you'll handle it in a better way. And you don't like it's that thing that I used to say, I don't know, it's been a year or two, but that you don't become a monster to defeat the monster, you know. And in my old days, that was my middle name. Like I was just like, ugh, I'm gonna, if you think you can stress think, I can really stress think. And,
Mm-hmm.
like try to micromanage and be all strategic. And I would say a couple of times it probably panned out, but still, it doesn't just stop there. It keeps going. And so, the more that you can have vagal tone, you'll still have to deal with problems, but you will resolve them much faster. And like in that case, I don't know that there's a way to resolve it, but you'll adapt and adjust to a much higher degree the more that you're in vagal tone, that you have vagal tone in that specific situation. So that idea of like thinking of the person, thinking of the situation, thinking of the past event, kind of what you're doing is you're constantly kind of tweaking, okay, all these crappy things that happen, a little bit deeper vagal tone, a little bit deeper vagal tone, a little bit deeper vagal tone,
Mm-hmm.
so that at some point you start having different reactions and you start having different interactions so that you can break out of the patterns. But, you know, you can't stop difficult people from being difficult. You can adjust better, but especially in those kinds of settings, there's never a
Mm-hmm.
perfect situation. It's always some level of crap. There's just always some level of crap. It's just is what it is.
Yeah,
You, you
no,
know,
I
but you can be a better navigator. You know what I mean? You can be a better like Marco Polo or some, explorer where you're just like, let's just see what happens. And
yeah.
I don't know if Marco Polo was the best choice, but
Well, it was probably better than mine. I was like a shit navigator. But
yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah. And we all have it. Like even if it's not in the workplace, it's out in, family or usually it's not friends or I mean it can be, but it's usually
Mhm.
like family, work, you know. I'd say it's more friends these days because of all the politics. There's the potential for that. But I think that was always on the table, but 30 years ago, 40 years ago, it was not the case, but these days, yeah,
Yeah,
it's not as intense as it was 4 or 5 years ago, but or 3 years ago, whatever it was. But it's still there.
yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that.
Hmm.
That's good. So stress mind versus happy vagal tone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a
Okay,
great way of putting it. Yeah.
okay, great. Thank you.
And go ahead, Lorraine.
Hey, Lorraine.
Hello, I have a share and then a question.
Okay.
The first process in focusing on a negative person and a
Hmm.
positive person. With the negative, my mind kept wandering. With the
That's actually
positive,
quite good. Like, because if you think about like with the negative, usually it becomes easy to like start grinding on or defending or something, and that your mind's wandering. That means you're expanding. Yeah,
and of course, the positive was easier.
of course. Yeah.
Yes. So my
Yeah.
question is beginning to use this process, you had mentioned the person who worked for you and you recommended that they cut the cords in between interactions. And then I'm
Mhm.
thinking about my work where I work
Oh
with
yeah,
very
good
sick
point.
people.
Yeah, yeah.
If I were to begin to use this in between or through the day, would it just be inhaling, or would
Yeah.
I use one of these focus points
No, you could
in
just
this
inhale.
process?
You could just
Oh,
inhale. Honestly, like you could do the process like at the end of the day, but like, you know, you're interacting with somebody, you walk away, and as you're walking away, just in your pocket, and you just go and then put it away. And then, you know, and you might not need to do it after every time, but I would just like, you know, whenever you get a chance or a break or you have a couple minutes, just inhale it for, you know, a minute or two. And then at the end of the day, maybe just go through and do the process for like maybe 10 minutes,
mhm.
you know, and then call it good.
I currently have detachment in my pocket, so now I'm going to switch to etheric
Yeah.
cords for now.
Right, right,
Thank
right.
you. Thank
You're
you.
so welcome. You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey, Denise.
Good morning. This was really good. The first part with the negative person, at a certain point, I felt it totally shrink down and turn into a little mouse and run away. Okay, which was really
Oh, that's a
interesting.
beautiful, I mean, a beautiful visual, and it's also kind of accurate. You know what I mean? It's like a metaphorical thing of what's happening. It's, you know, it's that thing where we think there's a monster, but really it's a mouse or a cockroach that you just step on with your heel or something, you know, but
Um,
yeah.
and then I had heard a saying that you can't meet a problem at the same like frequency, the same level. And so what you're kind of asking us to
Yeah.
do is to expand, to move,
Yeah.
shift
Same
up,
idea.
right? Same
Yeah.
thing.
Because
Bagel
if
tone.
you like do that, you
Yes.
know, like the thing that I always say, I used to say this in the corporate setting when you know, there would be conflicts or whatever, you know, because I was helping with mergers like for a little while with this one company, and that was our job, was we would help facilitate mergers. And you know, everybody would be posturing and going at each other, and a lot of times they were saying the same thing. They were just saying it with different language, but they were fighting so hard that they couldn't hear each other. And the thing that I used to say is, you know, when you get into a fight, you just assume that you're going to win. But even when you even when you win, everybody gets bloody. Like
Yeah.
everybody. Like even if you win and you like, ah, I was the victor, you're still bloody. There is still some loss of some sort where if you can negotiate it out or compromise out, usually the loss is substantially less.
And it feels cleaner,
It feels
it does,
super cleaner
it feels like a true
and
win in a
yeah, it
way.
might be frustrating, a little upsetting, but it's not bloody. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And you know, I know it's metaphorical bloody, but still, you know, there's been a couple of times where uh, I had to swallow something that I didn't like because, you know, going to compromise with something, and um, still was a better choice than duking it out. I didn't like having to do that, but you know, sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. And, you know, we don't live in a perfect world. You know, in a perfect world, that wouldn't happen, but, you know, I've never seen it once, you know.
Sometimes we just have to trust, trust in the
Yeah,
moment of what we
yeah,
get, and we don't really see it. But then
yeah.
sometimes a short time later, even when you look back, you're like, oh, it had to happen that way. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you bring up a good point about trust. Is you know, that is kind of a little bit of the predicament that we're in these situations. Is, you know, intellect and our stress thinking wants to manage this situation. And, you know, here we're talking about like intuition is the problem solver and heals and innovates and, you know, is the thing that adjusts and adapts. And in a way, we're having to trust that. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have the micromanaging that intellect does that makes us feel immediately better. But even when that happens, it still produces anxiety because on some level we're like, are we going to be able to maintain that? What if this happens? What if that happens? And so like anxiety sits in. And so this idea of trusting, you know, you might not know later, like, oh, this was the better outcome because you don't really have a way of validating it because it didn't play out. You know what I mean? And so you might have avoided something quite significant, but because it didn't go down that avenue, you don't really know. But you just know it got resolved kind of quickly, or I had to walk away, or I had to compromise, or whatever it was, where it could have been bloody for years and years and years.
Yeah, sometimes that's the only way just people can receive things too. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? In a way,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's where they're almost, they default to. I
Yeah.
without chasing it too far. But what I was going to tell you is I've been doing a Zoom with a counselor on,
Mhm.
and the last couple of weeks I've been getting more and more anxious. And what I really realized is that he goes from one person to the next, right? And so when
Oh, yeah.
do you know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
just,
Yeah. Yeah. Of
only
course.
because of
Yeah.
our morning here. So I'm gonna
Hey,
be cutting cords a lot. Okay.
so like here's the thing, like here sometimes Samantha will go, I don't feel good, and I'll start to do a little healing on her. I go, how you feel? She was like, I feel the same. And then I clean myself up and then I'll go, how do you feel? She goes, I feel so much better. Ah, and I'm not upset or anything, but it's just the stuff going on, and just seeing a lot of people, and I feel fine, but it impacts her. And so it's same idea of what you're just describing. Yeah.
Thank you. This is very
Yeah.
timely. Thank you.
Good, good. Okay, so if you have more questions, let's save them for after lunch. We do need to move over to the Stara Sunday Sacred Space. And so join us if you can. We are going to do something a little vagal tone oriented. And so join us if you can. We're providing the link, but if not, we'll come back at 1:30, which is an hour and a half from now, Central Time, and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody. So I think we still had some questions and shares.
And let me make it so you can raise your hand, you can unmute yourself, whatever works for you. Oh, I know we're already recording, but I did want to just remind you guys, as far as the chat goes, I will make it so you can post in the group chat. But if you post in the group chat, just know everybody can see it. If you want to send an individual message that only I see, send it as a new chat, which is that blue button. Robert will post this in the chat so you can remember and see. So you click on that, then you pick Apothecary Geek or Plant Prana Oils, and then you can start a new chat. Okay, so hope that is helpful. But we do have some, so feel free to raise your hand or unmute yourself, guys, but I'll go and share the other questions here. Add.
Hey Greg, it's Barbara.
Oh, good.
Hey,
A quick share. I was experimenting with etheric cords and rue, kind
uh-huh.
of back and forth. And I got to a point where I realized if I started with the rue, which is not how I started, but if I started with rue, it seemed to set the tone, if you will, pun intended, for the etheric cords to do a deeper cleansing.
Oh, that's quite possible. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the rue definitely helps like release like an attachment of whatever sort. And so then whatever's left, you just keep cleaning and it would keep going deeper. Yeah.
Yeah, it felt good that way.
Yeah. Good.
So I appreciated your comment about the impact of rue on vagal tone. That's what got
Yeah.
me to play with it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we never really use rue for like when we're trying to increase vagal tone for, you know, treating a physical condition and everything. And I mean, we could. It's just that sometimes it's not that it would be better than anything else, but like sometimes I don't want to make it confusing. And I mean, I know it's kind of not confusing, but at the same time, people might see those two things as something separate. And so it's how it works, and it does work for that. But we have so many choices that I usually don't put it in the mix. Yeah. I guess I could. I don't know why. Sometimes those are things are just maybe even in my head, you know, but anyway.
Well, because as far as the mechanics go, I feel like you shared this a while ago. It's not that Rue actually cuts the cord. It is putting our bodies in a state.
In vagal tone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it increases vagal tone and the cord just releases. Yeah.
Yeah, I just love that. So this is general, but do you recommend sitting upright, spine erect when breathing the oils or doing these protocols? Also, when doing this protocol and focusing on situations and maybe even people, I would have multiple situations and people flashing through my mind while also focusing on my basic.
Yeah, when you're focusing on the basic, there probably is going to be multiple things coming up because you're almost doing it in reverse. Like when we do a person, we're focusing on that person and we're training the body, hey, let it go into vagal tone. Here you're going right to the source energetically and, you know, even a bit physically, and you're kind of doing it the opposite where there's going to be multiple things that potentially are there and you're letting go of that. Or letting go of it is actually a little bit misleading. You're shifting your body into vagal tone, which is releasing those things, right? And so, as far as posture, just be comfortable because you're really shifting from the inside out. You know, when you look at it from the point of view of working the energy body, you know, sitting in the posture is better. But here you're shifting the body from the inside out. So you could lay down on the couch or on your bed or lean back in a chair. It doesn't have to be like a meditation posture.
Also, working as a mental health therapist, would you recommend doing this process with Rue after every session? Or is there something else you'd recommend, or even something preventative?
So you could do after every session. I mean, sometimes that's not practical. Like, you know, you might be going from one person to the next, and before you start a session, you have to go, hold on, and then do your breathing. Like that might not always be the practical thing to do. If you can, I would do it. But at the very least, do it at the end of the day. You know, the thing for like a psychologist, psychotherapist, some form of healer, you know, whatever that looks like, even in situations where you're just in a lot of negativity, use hyssop or chakra root cleanser. And the reason being that it calms down certain aspects of your physiology that reduce the tendency to absorb negativity, right? And so the more that you work with hyssop, you know, inhale it, put a few drops on your wrist, or chakra root cleanser, same thing. You just like when you're in negative situations, you won't just take as much on. Like you won't be as contaminated as much. And that still is a play in the nervous system, but you know, the more you do that, the less that you'll be affected by your environment.
So somebody's asking, when was the first energetic mechanics class? And it was August 5th, 2023. And then the second one, if you're curious on that, was April 27th and 28th of 2024. And if you click that link I gave you guys just now after lunch, it actually has the dates on the recordings. So that should be helpful as well. Okay. Someone shared, I think I felt the positive/negative person felt a little relieved that the negative chords were cleaned and cut.
Mhm. Yeah.
Can you use this technique to judge whether someone new to you is an energetic friend or foe?
Um, I don't know that it would be the greatest thing because part of it is that you might not be, let me see if I can say this right. They might have like a difficult job or in a difficult situation, and you go through and you do the chords and it feels better for you, but it's not that they're like a bad friend. It's just that they're in maybe a difficult situation. So I don't know that that's necessarily an indicator of they're a friend or a foe. You know, we all have times where we're dealing with difficulty or there's projections from other people at us, or so that would still be potentially in chords as well. So it would probably not be the greatest indicator.
They did do a little bit more. They said, by this technique, I mean concentrating on what you feel or sense coming from the base of the tailbone as you first see or meet the new person.
I still stick to what I just said. Yeah. I would say also the thing with the tailbone, which is the basic chakra, it's probably not a great technique to do. Like I would do it more from the heart. If you focus on the basic, anything that is like not of your tribe, but not necessarily bad for you, you would reject. And so you would just be reinforcing repetition. And eventually that will make you more fanatical. So I would say that's not a good technique. Like this is more about purifying the interactions and not have us be in such a defensive mode, or if there's projections at us, to clean up the defense mode so that it's not hyper vigilant or hyper reactive. And so if you focus on the basic when you're having interactions with new people, the tendency is to only let in things that reinforce something that you're already doing. And you wouldn't let anything new in or new or different. So I would say that's not a good way to do that.
Thank you. Alright.
I think we're good. Okay, so we're going to go to segment 2 and
Sorry, question. Sorry. Does it help to cut cords to people who have passed?
they usually fall away, you know, because the dying process usually has like a purifying effect, like things just fall away. We still might have connections to memories or to their emotional body, or it might take a while. You know, so if it's somebody new, you could do that. Or if they're about to pass, you could do that. But if it was like 5 years ago or 10 years ago, probably not a concern or a worry. But if you still have emotions or things that stir as you think of the person, other than just missing them or something. I would go ahead and do that anyway because the emotions don't die when the physical body dies. You know, they take a lot longer to fall away. And so sometimes there might still be a connection there. But
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Next.
okay. So we're going to segment 2. Oh, and she has A twice. So on the second one, we got a B. And the very first part, we're just going to go through and treat the nervous system a bit. And so you have a bunch of choices: bergamot, sea odorata, or I think it's supposed to be odorum, right? Yeah. Chamomile, clary sage, geranium, kava kava, lavender, lemongrass, marjoram, rosewood, sandalwood, valerian, or lang lang. And then blends either calm or quietude. And then the kit for purchase, do you remember what it is?
I think we usually.
It's not.
It is, we have geranium in the kit, we have lemongrass in the kit, and we have marjoram in the kit, it looks like. So-
Yeah, so choose one of them. Lemongrass, marjoram, or geranium for the kit for purchase. All are solid choices. So the health rays are these little perpendicular lines that are attached to the pores of your skin and come outward, but also from the pores of your skin, they go in towards the bone, right? So they really kind of radiate from the bone out.
Someone's wondering, would lemongrass complex work?
No, I'd stick with just regular lemongrass. Okay, and the very first thing you're going to do is just start inhaling. Not even putting your awareness on an area, just start inhaling. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Okay, you're gonna begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the Ming Men, which is the back side of the navel. So your low back area opposite the navel. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on that low back area. Now, just let it go for a moment. Be aware of your body. Where do you feel something in your body? A heaviness, an agitation, an irritation. This isn't necessarily just like an ache or a pain. Where do you feel some sort of tension or agitation in the body? Wherever that is, observe it. And now, with that same oil, breathe with your awareness on that area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. When you're practicing body awareness, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Again, your awareness is on that low back area, the backside of the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the main bed. Doesn't mean it was for this process. Yeah. But still, there's geranium and marjoram. Still on the Mingmen. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're still on that low back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and let go. Now, body awareness. Where do you feel a tension or an agitation in the body? Observe that area, wherever that might be, and begin inhaling the oil with your awareness on that spot. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now let's just let that go for a moment. Now, this is one of those areas where you can go to your compromised areas. You got a bad knee, a bad back, a bad shoulder, your liver is, having a difficult time, whatever it might be. Part of the health raise is the ability to absorb new energy and the ability to expel off old, used up energy. So, wherever your body is compromised is also an area where the health rays are also compromised. So, this is one of those times where you can focus on areas that maybe your body is not doing so well and inhale the blend on that area. So, pick one of your spots. For me, I usually go everywhere but my thumbs. I'm going to do my whole body except my thumbs. I'm joking, but probably not really. But so you're on your area and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still in that area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hands open. I love doing the health rate practice. Generally use. Hmm. And then just be still for a moment. Your awareness is on another area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Okay, so now we're going to jump to the next application. And here we're actually working the health rays. Before we were working the aspect of the nervous system. Now we're going directly to the health rays themselves. So you have the blend health rays or the blend spasmophilia, but also basil, clary sage, galbanum, helichrysum, lavender, lemongrass, Litsea cubeba, Roman chamomile, or straw flower.
And you do have health rays in that optional kit.
So you have your oil. Your awareness again is on the low back, the back side of the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your low back, the back side of the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on that low back area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, now you're going to let that go, and we're going to do the 4 quadrants of the aura. So we're going to start with the left side of the body, left side of the face and neck, the left shoulder, the left ribs, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. The whole left side of the body. Now the front side of the body, the whole front side. The face and throat, the chest, the abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the legs to the tops of your feet. The whole front side. Move your awareness to the right side of the body. Right side of the face and neck, the right shoulder, right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. Then the back side of the body, the whole back side. Back of the head and neck, down your whole back, the back of your hips, backs of your legs, to your heels. And then let it go. Just let it go. Hey, let's do another cycle of it. Your awareness is on the low back, the backside of the navel, a Mingmen. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, your whole left side. Left side of your face, shoulder, your left hip, left outer ankle, the whole left side of your body, head to ankle. Front side of your body, your face and throat, your chest, your abdomen, front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. Right side of your body. The whole right side of your body. Right side of your face, your right shoulder, your right hip, all the way down to the outer ankle. Back side of the body. And just be still, be aware. So again, the health rays have to do with your body's ability to absorb healthy energy from the environment and then expel off dirty energy. So think of it as like your way that your body kind of energetically breathes. Also, the health rays are tied to detoxifying your body, especially with lymphatic movement. So, good lymphatic movement is also tied to healthy health rates. So, anyway, let's go ahead and do some shares and questions. You can unmute yourself You type in whatever you'd like. What was your experience?
Okay, it's Barbara. I have a question.
Mhm.
Well, first up, that was lovely. Just
Isn't
lovely.
it nice and soothing? Like I was telling Samantha, I was like, I love doing health rays. Like I just, like if I ever want to just like be chill, I do health rays.
Yeah, it's like feeling open and light and
Hmm.
and my
Didn't
question,
stir anything up. Didn't take me to like some dark thing inside of me that needs to be just nice. You know what I mean?
didn't get my brain going trying to figure
Yeah.
something out, at least not
Right,
much.
exactly.
But I do have a question.
Mhm.
You mentioned Meng Meng, the first piece having to do with an aspect of the nervous system, and I wonder if you could say a little more about the Meng Meng nervous
Yeah,
system.
so the Ming Men is just simply for the transmuting. And if you look at like regardless of what areas we work for vagal tone, there's three areas from an energetic point of view that get hit pretty hard and are part of like getting rid of the stress that comes off as we shift vagal tone. So one is the throat, one is the basic, and then the other one is the Ming Men. And basically the Ming Men in this particular case is the janitor. Like it's the one that goes and just starts mopping up all the stress and then transmuting it. And so here we're kind of leaning into the idea that the Ming Men is cleaning things up. And so, you're stimulating that right off the bat. And it's being regulated with the nervous system, but it's being enhanced so that it does a little extra cleanup.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, another way of saying it too is the Ming Men raises the vibration of the body. So anytime that the body is in crisis, anywhere in the body, like you have an injury, you have I don't know why I always pick on the liver, but say your liver's not functioning well, your lungs aren't functioning well, your physical heart's got a little bit of something going on, whatever it is, a stiff elbow or shoulder or something, basically that area is compromised in its vagal tone, because it's having a hard time, it's having a difficult time. So another way of saying it, it has mechanical stress, so it's not functioning like it should, and it even has some of the processes shutting down. So basically, it's diminished vagal tone in that area. So anytime there is an area that has diminished vagal tone, the Ming Men overactivates to try to clean the stress off that area so that body part can heal. And so we just kind of leaned into that a little bit.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
A little more quiet on the front on this one.
It's pretty soothing.
It is.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we can take a break. How about we'll take a break and we'll come back at 5 till and we'll start doing the aura.
Someone did have a logistical question, just came in. After step B, would it help to inhale health rays or spasmophilia on compromised area?
Yeah, you could. Sure. You can always throw health rays in on anywhere in the body, especially a compromised area. Yeah, you totally could.
What time was it?
Let's come back at 5 till. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And we are at the top of page 2. We're on segment 3. And we're doing the first part, which is going to be either Artemisia mugwort or the blend chakra root cleanser.
And both mugwort and chakra root cleanser are in the kit.
So go ahead and pick out which one you'd like to do with the kit for purchase, but Any of them are good. So this first part, this is why this is called adaptive vagal tone technique, is this first part where it says stress flush. When you go through and do this, it brings to the surface the area that is the most compromised as far as vagal tone is concerned. So like I do this sometimes even when I'm doing healing just to evaluate what's going on with a person, but it will go to like the worst area of stress in the body and helps the body to start addressing, minimizing the stress and improving vagal tone in that area. So it's not always going to be the same from person to person, or it's not always going to be the same in you as the areas evolve, and heal. It's going to shift around. So that's why it's like adaptive is the nervous system is constantly looking for an area to like improve that vagal tone. Right? So you have your oil. You're going to go to the back of the heels. So it's where the tendon and the bone kind of come together on the back of your heel. Your awareness is there, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the back of your heel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, let that go and go to the front of your ankle. So where it bends on the front. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now the soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. The back of your knees. Your awareness is on the back of your knees. Back of the knees. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. And then just pause. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is on your back of your heels. Your awareness is on the back of your heels. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The front of your ankles. Your awareness is on the front of your ankles. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. moving your awareness to the soles of your feet. The back of your knees. Your awareness is on the back of your knees. And then the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then just pause and be still. Again, we're going to work the nervous system. So going back to either the blend calm or quietude, or single oils, bergamot, ceodorum, any chamomile, clary sage, geranium, kava kava, lavender, lemongrass, marjoram, rosewood, sandalwood, valerian, or lang lang. Your awareness is on your front heart, the center of your chest. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The forehead, your awareness is on the forehead. And the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then you're just being still. Let's do that one again. So you can use the same oil. Your awareness is on the front heart. Back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. On the back heart, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the forehead, where the hairline is. Your awareness is on your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then pause and be still. Okay, good. How you feeling? Good. Mm. Okay, so we're going to go to the last little piece. We're doing the aura. So acacia, like eucalyptus smithy, or poplar balsam. Again, the kit for purchase was eucalyptus smithy. Okay, so we're going to do the 4 quadrants. Whichever oil you have, your awareness is on the left side of your body. Left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left hip, the left ankle, the whole left side. Now move your awareness to the front side of the body, the whole front side. The face and throat, the chest, the abdomen, down the front of the legs to the tops of your feet. Whole front side. The right side of the body, the whole right side of your face, your right shoulder, your right hip, the right outer ankle. Like your awareness is on your right side of the body. And then the back side of the body, the whole back side, back of the head and neck, down the whole back, the back of the legs to the heels. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. You're just being still. Let's do it again. Left side of the body, left side of the face, left shoulder, left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the front side of your body, your face and throat, your chest, the abdominal area, the front of the pelvis, down the front of the legs to the tops of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front part of your body. The right side of your body. Your awareness is on the right side of your body. Your awareness is on the whole right side of your body.
the back side of your body, back of your head, neck, down your whole back, the back of your hips, the back of your legs to your heels. You're on the back side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and let go. Pause and let go. What's up for you? It's nice. So a lot of what we're doing today is very soothing. You know, you're putting the body in a less stressed out state. You know, we talked about just doing this for the mentors at one point. I was going to do this like a little bit more involved thing, but you know, I like the idea of all of us being on the same page about how to do some maintenance or how to do something like if you have something come up and you're like, I don't know what to do. Like I have emotions coming up, or my body's in some health crisis, or, you know, something. And these are just some really basic energetic things to go through and do without even starting to delve into deeper levels of treatment. You know, make sure there's no cords, open up the health rays, clean the aura. And then we're going to do another one after this, but it will help anything. You know, like it will help a psychological issue, it will help a physical issue, it could issue a conflict with another person. It's a great way to start off a relaxing day as you go through and do this, and you just feel chill all day. It's a way to calm things down and help the body to heal, or help the mind, emotions, and body to relax, whatever it might be. And so, we've talked about it a bunch over the years, but still, just make sure that it's still in your toolbox of things to do, even though we don't talk about it all the time, doesn't mean that it's not something that, I mean, um, there's every once in a while, somebody will come stay with us, like a student will come stay with us and everything. And we have to point out and just show, like, when somebody comes again. Pretty much like our house is, we have our living quarters, but we have a streaming room, and then we have a big giant oil room, and then downstairs is the basement where it's all of Astara, and then we have a shrine room, and wherever you go, it's almost like there's these different stations. There's always a TheraCords, like wherever it is, there's always a TheraCords, and there's usually one or two of these other ones. For me, it's Health Rays. Like I got Health Rays peppered. I don't even have to go look for the ones. I took bottles and I just made them smaller, and if I go to sit down somewhere, I can just look around and boom, there it is. If I go into the other room and I sit down, I don't have to go, oh, I'm gonna go get my cords. Boom, it's just right there. And so I'm not saying that you have to do that, but I'm just saying that's how much we use it. Like it's just like drinking water and whatever. It's just a thing that you do every day. And so you don't necessarily have to have a protocol. You don't necessarily have to be addressing something. It's like, hi, I'm feeling a little weird. Sit down, do chords, work the TheraCord thing. Feel better. It's amazing how much it is effective just for normal everyday stuff, and it's not like anything weird is happening. It's just life. It's not like we don't have a very stressed life. Like, most of our stress is like, oh, I got to get up and go to the airport or something. And even that's not stressful. It's just a thing to do. And so, but still, all of this stuff is very helpful. It's very soothing. It helps the body to relax, helps the body to repair itself. It keeps you from going to a deeper stressed state, which can throw the body out of whack. And it's important if you're doing deeper spiritual work, that level of stress is always relative, because as you really expand and things are evolving, things that didn't used to be stressful might be stressful now because, things got elevated. There's more of a difference between you and things in the environment, right? And spiritual energy does act like a little bit of fertilizer. So it's good just to always be doing a little bit of maintenance. It doesn't mean massive amounts. It's just like, just here and there, just go through and just kind of clean things up. I don't really think about it. And then I'll inhale the TheraCords. I was like, I feel so much better. It might be my connections to things. It's not necessarily other people. It might be like, how things rise up. It might be things from my past. It might be, who knows? It doesn't really matter. Just go through, clean it up, feel better, move on. That's the way that I handle it. I mean, for you too. Yeah. I mean, I watch you do it. You do kind of a version of what I'm talking about. So.
Yeah, I usually have some TheraCords premium in certain places though.
Yeah. Samantha even has a TheraCords by her bed, right? Like on the nightstand. Yeah. So anyway, let's go ahead and share, ask questions, whatever you'd like.
You can unmute yourself. You can raise your hand. Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hello. I think I fell asleep at Marjoram, and then
Yay. I love that.
I kind of woke back up, and I thought I picked up Acacia, but apparently it was Arnica, and that felt really nice.
It was one of those A words.
I'm like, I didn't have my glasses on. So what would
Yeah.
I did feel a shift though, like almost
Yeah,
like
sure.
a wave of yuck that left.
Yeah. So Arnica is a little bit more trauma oriented.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, it can still be like if I look at it's in one of the vagal tone blends. Let me look up what that is.
That'd be great.
Yeah, it's actually in I don't think it's a thing that I've put out to you guys, but the homeostatic emotion vagal tone. It
Uh,
basically comes down the motion that the body generates. There's like 7 or 8 things in that blend, but Arnica is one of them.
so homeostatic emotions, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, that would be perfect for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you
Okay.
think about like Arnica is something that you use for like when you get an injury or a bruise or something like that. And part of the pain mechanisms is homeostatic emotion.
Uh,
It goes hand in hand. Part of how your body lets you know, like, hey, there is a problem here. You got wounded, is that it generates homeostatic emotion. And the more that, you know, the more that
Ugh.
we don't hear it in the mind, the louder that it screams. And at some
Sorry.
point, if the more we don't hear it in the mind, the more that it screams, you know. And
Hmm.
and so, when you calm down the vagal tone in a lot of the different areas, um, the the impulse is still sent, but it's instead of being a 10, it's a 5, or a
Got it.
3 or something like that. And so, yeah.
Got it. Cool. Well, that was cool. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just
Yeah,
keep working with
Arnica's
this one.
good. I
Okay.
I like using Arnica. We have it in that blend, but I also just use it by itself and just
Mhm.
yeah, I really like it.
Okay, that's great. And then, and as I was going through the day, I thought, I don't know why I don't do this more often because most of the time I'm feeling off. It's not me.
A lot of times, especially the more that you do, some kind of work like psychological work, or here we're doing like physical and psychological healing and spiritual work and everything. A lot of times, we might have things rise up from time to time, but everything keeps getting more and more regulated. Your stress response keeps getting more and more regulated. So a lot of times the influence is external.
Yeah.
It happens. And it's kind of a double-edged sword. The calmer you become, the more aware you are of people being wacky around you. When you're
Yeah.
stressed out and wacky, you're just like, ah, we're all there. We're all being wacky and stressed. And you
Uh,
don't really feel it, although it still impacts you. You don't really
yeah.
feel it. But when you start calming down, you're like, ugh, ugh. Like it feels kind of weird around here. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember we were traveling that one time, and we were in this like kind of like really touristy area in the Smokies. And, I don't know, we had a little bit of time, and so we were stopping off at like some antique stores or something like that. And we walked in this one store, and we got about 5 steps in, and we just looked at each other, we turned around and walked right back out. And it
Hmm.
was just there was a little too much crazy in that store, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't even know
Yeah.
what that was, but like as soon as we walked in, we looked around, it was like, no, we're out of here. Yeah, that was a couple of years ago.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, you do become more aware of those things. And a lot of times you just kind of tolerate it, but that one, it wasn't worth it. No.
I understand what you mean completely.
Yeah.
Um, I I will say on that, I was aware as we were going through this last protocol of, you know, I kind of liken it to I'm emitting, you know, good vibes and I'm getting, sewer water pumped into me from other people.
Mhm.
And so the best way to keep working on that is just the etheric chords
Keep it
and
moving. Yeah, keep it moving. Just keep
just
it
keep it
moving.
moving. Go, yep,
Yep.
I see that,
Yeah.
but that's not mine. Okay, we're just going to keep it moving. And
Yeah. Keep it moving. Yeah.
okay, yeah,
Because it's just like going out and playing in the garden. You're going to get dirty. So just you when you come in, you take off the dirty clothes, you take a shower, call it good. You go out into the world, you're going to get etherically dirty. Just keep it moving, flush it out, move on. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah.
super. Thank you so very much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, Danelle.
Hey, Greg. Yeah, this timing of the class is very interesting to me. Just because, well, I mean, yesterday was a perfect example. There was one spot where I was hiking, I was sitting on a rock, and all of a sudden I felt like I was going to like start sobbing. And, I realized later it wasn't me. It was somebody else's energy. And then the morning.
Somebody you
Yeah.
knew or just
No, 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 no. There was nobody else around, so it was really interesting to me.
yeah.
Um, so yeah, that was one of my questions is that the energies can kind of be stuck like in the earth, right?
They could be
Or
stuck on the earth, they could be stuck on a
yeah,
piece of furniture, like if
yeah,
it's a rock that you sit on and there's like a view like where it's an obvious like sitting place.
yeah,
You never know what person was sitting there and like upset or processing something or
yeah.
you know there's a story of the guru like um he went over to somebody's house and he was sitting in the chair and they're having a conversation and then he goes, "Do you worry?" And the person was like, "No." And he's like, and then they kept talking. He goes, "You sure you don't worry?" And he's like, "No." And he goes, "Huh." And then like a couple more minutes goes by and he goes, "I think you worry." Like it's you
Yeah.
worry a lot. And the person was like, "No, I'm not really a worrier." And his statement was, "When I sat down in this chair, I began to worry." And he goes, "That is not me." So
Hmm.
it had to be, somebody who sits in the chair. And then the person goes, "I don't sit in the chair, but my wife sits in the chair and worries about the kids when they're out at night." And so, like, soon as he sat down, he could feel like the worry, like,
Oh, yeah,
the energy that was contaminating that chair, you know. So, if you're sitting down in a chair, I mean, most times it's probably not that big of a deal, but you probably have
yeah.
had a time where you sit in a chair and then all of a sudden your back kind of starts to hurt a little bit.
Hmm.
It's a little, your Ming Min gets congested.
Oh, okay.
And so, you know, most times it's not an issue, but
Yeah.
you can just hold your hand up and chant Om over it a few times or spray it with something.
Over the chair, you mean
Yeah,
the
yeah, just like
oh, uh-huh.
Om, or just spray it with something, like
Yeah.
something with alcohol.
Oh,
Just like a lavender spray or a
mhm. Okay.
camphor spray, something like that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
And
Palo
then if
Santo, chocolate
yeah,
dispenser,
oh yeah.
something.
Okay, okay. And then once I recognize that it's not mine, do you recommend doing these protocols that we just
Yeah,
did
yeah,
today? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
To flush it out.
Yeah, just do the flesh out. Most likely, like with something like that, their chords might be helpful, but if it's not somebody you knew and you just absorbed it from the environment, I
Yeah.
just do health rays and what we just did, the aura, and you're probably good.
Oh, okay. Okay, very
Yeah,
good.
like it is not even that complicated.
No, okay.
Even the idea of like hyssop will kind of clean some of that out of you.
Yeah.
The thing is like sometimes we have things that we might be absorbing from other people through cords, but they might not be present in front of us. Like somebody might be upset and thinking of you, or angry and thinking of
Mm,
you, or
yes.
or they really miss you and they're a little upset about it, and like whatever it is, you're gonna feel a little bit of that. you know
Okay. Is there a
I,
certain part of
I
the
I used to
body
have
that
this I used to have this one friend that I was like, I'd call him up and I'd go, okay, tell me what's going on, like something's up.
yeah,
And he'd always like, wow, you can sense that. I was like, I didn't want to tell him, but I was like, yeah, the chords, oh my God, I'm calling you so I can have some peace.
sure, sure. Is there a certain part of the body? Is that where it's
Usually
like
it's the solar plexus or the
oh, yeah,
mingmen. Yeah,
Mingmen, yeah.
yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah.
And then with the health rays, do you project just a few feet out when you're
We
doing
tried doing that, and I think it's easier for everybody just to put your awareness on the body.
just on the body?
Yeah,
Okay,
just
okay.
anchor it on the body. I think consistently that's probably a bit more effective. Going out still kind of it works, but it's easier to drift off, and I would say it's probably equally as effective as far as the energy that moves, but it's harder to keep your awareness on that area because there's not something physical there. So going to the body, we're not really working the body, we're just using the body as like a anchoring spot so that it works the energy field around it. So it tends to be more effective because your mind has something to grab onto.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And then the first protocol where we did rue and then the eucalyptus iron bark.
Mhm.
Iron bark is not the lemony one,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, no, it is. Yeah.
Oh, it is the lemony.
There's
Okay.
two that are kind of have a lemon scent. One is
Yeah.
ironbark
Okay.
eucalyptus, and the other one is Eucalyptus citridora.
Yes.
And so
Okay.
it's the ironbark that cleans
Okay.
quartz. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Lorraine.
Hey, Lorraine.
Let's get you unmuted.
There we go.
Hey.
Those last sequences were extremely relaxing. Thank
Good.
you. I just have a question about the
Mhm.
blends, especially like the etheric chords. I mean, it's a fabulous blend, but what's really the difference between that and the premium blends, would you say?
So the premium blend is a little bit more like precious oils in it, and premium blends have a bit more of an activation of the heart, which it takes it deeper. But like I talk about how there's their quartz peppered throughout the house. Half of them are premium and half of them are just old school etheric quartz. Like when I use etheric quartz premium, I'm like, this is amazing. But when I use regular etheric quartz, I still go, this is amazing. They both feel good. I would say that when you're doing deeper practices, spiritual practices, and it's really about kind of letting go, not because of the wear and tear of the day, but because of the level of practice that you're doing, the premium might be a little bit better, but it's not absolutely necessary, but it might be a little bit better. But other than that, it's just they're both effective. The premium, both the health rays and the etheric chords, has more activation of the heart.
Hey, I'm going to try those. Thanks.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Kadeem.
Hey, Kadeem.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. Thanks so much for having this free class. Much
Oh,
appreciated.
my pleasure.
Thank you. So I guess one is a comment, the other one's a question. I noticed in this most recent sort of exercise, I noticed that there are moments in which like my body might twitch and then a part of my body might crack. So I was like, I feel like I kind of got like a chiropractic treatment kind of in this last round.
Could be.
It's
Yeah,
interesting.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Sometimes like if you get like a little like twitch or something, it could be a little bit of the nervous system resetting, but also what happens is as you start to expand, the energy body, you start to begin to experience a little bit more of the astral body. You're going beyond the physical form and physical form energy field. You're beginning to feel a little bit more of the astral realm. And in doing so, sometimes you'll get these little twitches or something. Like if you notice, like sometimes if you're really tired and you're laying there going to sleep, and right before you go deep into sleep and start to take off, you'll kind of get like a little jump.
Right.
That's you kind of leaving the body a little bit.
Mm,
And so it could be that. The
mm,
popping and cracking is just probably like in the spine or in the joints. It's just probably the nervous system's relaxing and then the body is adjusting.
got
Because the thing with, here we're doing this for vagal tone,
it.
so it's rest and repair mode. The opposite is fight flight, but it's not always negative. Like the sympathetic part of the nervous system is action and activity. And when it's overly stimulated or has been hyperreactive or has been overworking, part of what happens over a period of time is it also can cause postural distortions. Like, that's kind of how body misalignments can happen is through an over agitation or hyperreactivity in that part of the nervous system. And so as it calms down, sometimes the body will begin to self-correct.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I guess my question is, talking about favorite chords, I mean, that is definitely one of my favorites. I use that one almost every day for sure.
Good.
Is that something that you suggest as someone that likes to travel? Is that something I take with me when
Especially.
Okay.
Especially. Yeah.
Got it. Great.
Yeah.
Any other travel suggestions for
From the point of view of like vagal tone and well, I would say just something for the immune system.
Mhm.
We have a kind of a newer one that's called Travel Guard that you can use for like respiratory issues, and it has an effect on airborne potential um, viruses and things like that.
Okay.
It's not the strongest, but it's strong. Like if I was to be just traveling around, I'd probably go immune support or like Monarda complex, something like that. Melissa can be a little pricey, but Melissa might be there. Those are very strong antivirals. Inexpensive antivirals that are still strong: Bayloral, Ravensara, Eucalyptus radiata,
Mm.
um, Naoli.
Okay.
All of those are good. I would have something in that vein. Um, but you take into account you're traveling and say you only have a couple of different oils. One that could be good for something like that might be something like cinnamon, which is a stimulant for the whole body. It could be used for digestive complaints, including like diarrhea and things like that. But it's also antiviral, antibacterial. You could use that like if you got a cold or flu, you could be using cinnamon pretty hard. And so, if you're just traveling with a couple oils, definitely if there are cords, maybe some cinnamon or something immune related, and then something to maybe help you sleep, you know. Uh, Tarragon's not a bad choice just because it'll help you sleep. But if something upsetting happens, you can inhale the tarragon and it will calm the body down or calm the injury down or whatever it might be.
Got it.
Those are good choices. Helichrysum's always in my little travel bag in case I get, a bump or a bruise or something like that. But other than that, you know, um, I have a list of oils that I use to travel. Um,
Maybe we did we ever post that, or I don't think we posted
I
it.
think we have.
Yeah, let me see. I can post it for you real quick.
Right. Thank you so much.
You don't necessarily need to take all of them, but like I tried to, at first I was like, okay, the top 10 oils. And then I was like, okay, the top 11 oils. And then I think I'm at 14 or something. But
Got it.
I keep trying to keep it small, but
Mhm.
doesn't work out that well. I think I got it down to 13. And I was just trying to do a thing where to be able to handle as many different situations with just like a little kit. And it might not be the best thing to use, but at least you could do something about it.
Right.
you know. And so there you go.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And I'll get it. Greg sends it to me and I'll put it in the chat there for everybody.
Okay. Thank you, Sam.
Where are you headed to next?
Well, September is Vegas, so it's Vegas. But then November's India.
Oh, nice boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely take cinnamon.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Definitely take cinnamon.
Got it. Thank you.
And then I'll post all the others you should take. No, I'm just kidding. But there you go. I think I posted them in the main chat there for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Have a good time.
Thank you.
Yay. Yeah, some different shares from earlier as well. So I missed this one from the previous one. Very soothing. I feel more calm and clear and my energy system.
Oh, good.
I don't know if you answered this already. Why is the focus mostly on the lower body for toning the aura?
It's not on just it's the whole side. Yeah. Yeah. Like the whole side, the whole front, wherever it's at. Yeah.
So for unrelated to this kind of stuff, guys, we will wait till the end
Till
of the
the
day
end,
for those
yeah.
kind of questions. I feel like I missed another one earlier. Sorry, my apologies. After step B, did we already answer this? Would it be helpful to inhale health raise? Yeah, we did
Yeah.
that one
Oh,
already.
yeah.
Okay, I think that's it for now.
Okay. All right. So how about we'll take a break. Let's see, it's 25. So we'll come back at 4:40. So about 15 minutes. Hey, everybody. So we're on segment 4. So here we're going to be treating the protective webs for vagal tone. And, the previous 3 were like something very general. Treating the protective webs, it impacts the nervous system, but it also impacts immunity. So this is a little bit more specific to, toning up the vagal response as it, is associated with the immune system. So with that, the protective web, we're talking about energy. So the chakra is out here, right? And then there's the body. And the chakra kind of comes down like a funnel from the surface, and it funnels its way down into the spine, or an energy system. Let's just say the spine. So as it funnels down in between the surface and the body, there's a little protective web, a little mechanism that helps reduce the tendency of absorbing negative energies from the environment and other people. So when something gets projected at you, the web tightens up to keep it from injuring, right? So this mechanism is also tied to some of your fight flight responses. When things get projected at you and the web tightens up, it doesn't necessarily go like, okay, it's done, and relaxes, right? So part of us staying in a fight flight response is these webs are tense and they're etherically contaminated, right? And so we want to be able to clean this off and regulate that web to a certain extent, right? And so this helps the body go into a relaxed state, and it also helps us to release. Sometimes when we're having a hard time, like letting go of a trauma or a past event or, whatever it might be, part of when those webs have tightened up, they keep energy from coming in, but they also keep energy from going out as much. So it becomes harder to release things from the past. We want everything just to be able to flow. Like, if we're releasing something, we don't want to have to work super hard. And, if something gets projected at us, we want to be able to bounce back and just go back into a relaxed state. So this is what that's about. And this first step with the hyssop or the chakra root cleanser is just reducing the tendency to absorb negativity in the environment or from the environment or from other people. So you're going to pull out hyssop. You could use hyssop supreme or chakra root cleanser.
And again, in your kit, it was chakra root cleanser.
And first off, just begin inhaling. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just pause. Now, let's begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Your back heart. Awareness is on your back heart between the shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. An inch and a half below your navel. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. and the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Just pause and let go. You're just being still. Your awareness is on your back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. Your awareness is on the brain. And then your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. And just pause and let go. Okay. Now we're going to go to application B. So the blend is protective webs, single oils, are clary sage, or daldo, helichrysum, milfoil, or yarrow.
No, kit is Gordaldo or Protective Webs.
Yeah, and the kit for purchase, Gordaldo or protective webs. If you have protective webs, I'd probably use the protective webs. But okay, so whichever one you have, just start inhaling. We're not even going to direct it yet. Just start inhaling. Just pause and be still. Okay, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Move your awareness to the Mingmen, which is the back side of your navel. And then just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on that low back area, the backside of the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. That's feeling to you. Your awareness is on the low back area, the backside of your navel. Just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Let's just do it one more time. You know? So the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the low back area, the back side of the navel. And then just pause and let go. Just let it incubate for a moment. Okay, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, and then we can do general things after that. But go ahead and mute, type in, fire away. Kind of soothing and relaxing. Yeah.
Yeah. And usually when I work the protective webs and it's like this, it's like right now I'm like, ah, so chill. And then when I get going, I'm like, oh, I have so much energy. It's like other things work in life. Go ahead, Teresa.
I was wonderful and also surprising. I had some deep sadness come up in the first segment.
Mhm.
And then the last was just soothing.
Mm.
And
Good.
yeah, and I have kind of some related and maybe a little bit more general, but it's related to the work we did today. Is it okay to ask now?
Mhm.
Okay. So now that we've worked this and cleared chords, I have a family member
Mhm.
that can always feel a cord being removed. And I don't think it's conscious, but it's unconscious. And it's a detrimental cord. Yeah, most of the time it's just, not healthy. So after like leaving a class from this, I think it touches on, childhood and not being in control of things. How do I just kind of keep walking my path and knowing, yep, that's there, and it's gonna that individual is gonna keep trying to come back and coming back and coming back.
You're talking about a cord with this person.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
I would just
Like,
keep cleaning it up.
okay,
Just keep cleaning it up. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And then the same, I have, this was more my general. I have a neighbor who's gone through lots of trauma.
Mhm.
I have a lot of empathy for this person, but her anxiety is so intense that when I'm around her, I, unconsciously start picking things up, which of course I don't want to. If I were gonna gift her like one oil to just assist her, in her anxiety and what she's going through, what would you recommend?
Probably tarragon.
Tarragon?
Mm,
Okay.
yeah. It's simple, it's easy, it's soothing, yeah. It does a lot for,
For that.
yeah.
Okay. And because I have one of your little teeny PTSD kits, but I don't know if that would be too much.
For the general public, if she's not used to like doing stuff like this, just to get her to do one oil is probably going to be a big,
Okay.
yeah. Like
Okay.
we have a new employee, like, and she's younger and not into any of this stuff. And I think we gifted her a little bottle of tarragon, and she was inhaling it, and she was like, "This makes me feel so much better. I feel so much calmer." And she goes, "It's kind of weird. I don't feel anxious when I use this." It's
Okay.
yeah. So
That's good.
yeah,
I just want to keep maintaining my vibe and not
yeah,
being
yeah. I hear you.
pulled into somebody else's wave of,
Yeah,
what do we call it? Navigation.
right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. That was a great
That's
weekend.
wonderful. Good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
I think Teresa just named a new oil, Navigation. It's not on the site yet, but it's gonna be amazing.
I think so. That sounds great, Sam.
And go ahead, Barbara.
Hey,
I'll be in the queue for some navigation oil.
right.
I just want to say, I think this is the first time I can say 2 new favorite classes in one weekend.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, they're very different. This one's nice, soothing. That yesterday was very strong class, even though it was just a 1-dayer. Yeah.
Yeah. Both great. Thank you.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
My back's still feeling good. Just thought I'd brag. After the etheric chords we did,
Mhm.
it still consistently feels good. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I do etheric chords every day. But it was with that practice, like
Mhm.
hitting those notes.
Yeah, doing the little extra thing with the basic. It takes you a little bit deeper into the vagal tone component. If you do it without, it still works. It's just that is extra strong for vagal tone.
And there are no specific questions popping up yet, but for all of you guys, I just want to make sure Greg does the live Q&A every Tuesday. So if you have questions, that's a great place to address them. But because he is starting to do mentoring with a lot of you, if you have mentoring specific questions, send it over to mentoring@plantpranaoils.com. And then more regular questions, send it over to info@plantpranaoils.com. We just want to make sure they get answered in the best timely way and address the needs accordingly. So I just wanted to make sure that I forgot to say that earlier.
Well, there's no more questions, I say.
Barbara, go ahead.
Hey.
Sort of a related question.
Mhm.
For the past 3, maybe 4 weeks, I feel like I have a better sense of the energy in my basic chakra.
Oh, good.
I think it's key to a class we did a little bit ago, but I don't know what it might have been. Do you have an idea?
So if it's been 3 or 4 weeks ago, um,
So I feel like I should revisit whatever it was, but
like,
I'll go through what
it might have
those
been their
were.
radiant mind.
Uh,
Is that 3 or 4 weeks ago?
Let me look it up real quick and then we can kind of decipher
Yeah, yeah.
what it
Okay.
is. So,
yeah, because it's felt like a chakra. I haven't really had a sense of its energy, and that it seems to have changed in the past some number of weeks, and I'm wondering what facilitated that.
I think it's the radiant mind.
it might be. So, okay, if that's what you're getting, then
What
that's,
else
we'll go
did
with
we
that.
do?
So last week was tuning into your divine calm number 3. The week before that was your guardian angel, the abundant healing heart, which was the Jupiter class. The week before that was the respiratory system. And the week before that was the radiant mind.
Yeah, I think it's the radiant mind.
The timeline seems right. Oh, okay, I'll go back
Yeah,
and check that
yeah.
out. Thank you so much.
That's the one that works with Mercury.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're so welcome.
Even though I've taken previous energetic mechanic classes, today has given me a much deeper understanding of how it works. Thank you
Oh,
so
good.
much.
Yeah, you know, if you haven't done the like the 2.0, I'd go back and visit that. You know, usually this is a 2-day class, but here we just did a 1-day class, so I just tried to hit the, you know, the hits, you know, the big ones. But there's more stuff in the 2.0 version. And so,
And go ahead, Sonia.
hey,
For that advanced uh the class that you wanted this to take this for. So what
so what?
how
What are we doing?
The advanced student mentoring.
Oh, okay.
how is are you going to put out some information on how all that is going to work, or
I'll be reaching out to everybody individually. Like I've already started waves, but there's about 60 or 70 people. So it takes me a while to get through them all. So yeah, I'll be emailing you at some point.
okay.
Yeah, so on that note, because of Greg's schedule and the amount of people, just be patient.
Yeah.
And he's doing it in waves, and yeah, so you're there. If you filled out.
Yeah, if you
the
filled it
mentoring-
out, I have you on the list.
And Robert just posted the mentoring page thing. And so if you were just thinking about doing mentoring with him, still feel free. I mean, still feel like filling it out. It's an ongoing process.
Yeah,
And
it's not
so
just a
this is-
one-time thing.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
Thank you so much for the class.
oh, my pleasure.
The only thing that, well, one, I'm out of air conditioning and I had to turn off my fans to hear you guys. So, anyways, I just wanted to say that when we did the protective webs,
Mhm.
I could feel them,
Oh,
which was,
good.
yeah, I
Yeah.
could feel them. And is that kind of the goal, is to be able to have a little bit of where there's energy and flexibility there, or is that?
Yeah, I mean, if you feel them, or it's really about kind of relaxing them. So a lot of times, the manifestation of tension in the webs would be tension in the body, and so, the other issue that can happen sometimes when the webs are like really like tensed up is your body will get congested, and it will be hard to resolve. Like you do things and it's like, boy, still congested, still congested, still congested. And a lot of times it's just the protective webs are like tense and then also contaminated. There's a bunch of energy stuck on them.
So
And
doing
so-
this, we can, this last one, it stands alone, like I
Yeah.
could even.
Oh, yeah. No, any of the segments today can completely stand alone.
Thank you. You've
Yeah.
made it deeper and clearer and more user-friendly. Thank you.
Yeah, try to make it simpler. You know, some of the other ones, we went a little bit involved and, you know, we talked a bunch of things out, but this is like, you know, if you're doing any sort of practice or work, it's like a good way just to do some cleanup or maintenance, or like, hey, I'm going to do this before I go to bed, or, you know, something like that. And, you know, sometimes we're treating conditions, sometimes we're treating issues. And, you know, some of the deeper work, you know, it's deeper work. And so, you know, there's some sort of processing that happens. This one's nice because it's like nice and light. It's very useful. It's very practical, but it's not going to stir the pot, so to speak. You know what I mean? It, you know, it might a little bit, like if something's at the surface, but it's not like, you know, gonna reach some deep thing and stir the pot right before you go to bed. It's usually just soothing, go to bed. You know,
Thank you.
or you're doing a practice and you're like, I feel a little weird. Just go through and just nail this, and you'll most likely kind of feel better afterwards.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
You're so welcome.
Just a second. Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey.
So my internal medicine doctor didn't feel that somehow I was through with the meningitis, that somehow I've still got a little bit of
What's
that.
What? Say that again?
My internal medicine doctor just felt that I still wasn't through with meningitis, that I was getting a low effect. So he gave me a homeopathic meningococcal nosoda. It's made out of meningitis. And can you tell if it's cleared yet, or?
With homeopathics, that's not been my experience ever.
What hasn't been your experience?
That things get cleared like that. That virus might go a little bit dormant, but it doesn't reduce the load.
And so, what, oh, how do I approach that?
There's processes that you can do that are specific to reducing very specific viruses. And I'd have to go look it up. You know, I have a bunch of notes on viruses and reducing viral loads of a bunch of different kinds of viruses. And so, you know, email, and I can go through and look it up.
Okay, I've had mycobacterial pneumonia before, and the homeopathic got rid of it, and so it came back negative on the test after that. So I don't know. Before, for the meningitis, he had given a different remedy, and it stopped the brain damage.
Good.
But you know, I don't know.
But yeah, and if you email us, send it to info@plantpiranhaoils.com so Greg can look that up.
Okay.
And then a question, I am sure you addressed this, however, are you recommending doing all this once a week, once an issue, or
I would
take
just do it-
apart and doing as needed? I'm
Yeah.
not clear how much.
I would do it as needed, but I would also do it from time to time. You know, the more that you're doing some sort of work, you know, either healing an issue or doing some of the spiritual work or psychological healing, vagal tone work, I would probably do it definitely from time to time, maybe once or twice a week. But if you're not doing a lot, like every once in a while or as needed, if you're doing a lot of work, you might even think about doing little pieces of it every day. And so, it doesn't have to be this whole big long process. You can fire through a segment here in like 10 minutes and probably call it good. So it really depends on what you're doing, but at least you have the toolbox to be able to go through and use it when you need it, or use it as maintenance, or use it as prevention.
Good question. Good answer. I don't know. We have about 14 minutes. Do you?
Yeah, let's go back and just visit the etheric chords just one last time. So pull out your ironbark eucalyptus, your rue, or etheric chords. And let's do a person in our lives. So your basic, the bottom of your tailbone, and a person in your life. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let that go. Now let's visit a situation, an active situation. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone in the active situation. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone in an active situation. And then just let go. Now we're going to do a past event. So recall a past event. Observe that past event. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. How does that feel to you? I think that's a nice way to kind of end the day. Okay, you guys, I hope you had a good day and thanks for hanging out. And And you know,
Wednesday.
yeah, Wednesday we're going to do a little bit of a study group on the class that was yesterday, and then a little bit of a study group on the class today. So if you have questions or something arises, of course, you can always email us, but we will do a little bit of a study group on Wednesday night. This one will be at 7:30. Yesterday will be at 7. And so, yeah, join us if you can.